Good evening, chat. Yeah, TTS is on. It's just not. It's not. The queue is paused at the moment. How is everyone this evening? Okay, that didn't work.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, good.
So as you can see, I finished the terrain sprites, right, for the cliffside. This is done now. Okay, I'm not sure about this. Isn't gonna work. This is too busy. While it looks really nice, when you're doing art, there's something called signal and noise. You can have noise without signal, and you can have signal without noise. But when an item has, or when an image has both, it tends to want to draw the attention of the user. And when you put the, let me just put the reference image there. If I just grab this real quick, marquee. Okay, and I put it. Grab the right layer here. And I know the sprite's the wrong color, but when you put it on there, it doesn't feel right. Right? It kind of blends, and it does that even with the green Jeep, not just the orange palletized one I've got here. This feels a little better, but it's still kind of bright. But it's better with the green, which you can see in Discord. You can see here. It looks a little bit better. So I think I'm gonna go with something like this. I'm gonna play with this a little bit, but put this back down here and get it out of the way. All right, which brings us to the other thing I was working on today, which is the encampment. The POW encampments are surrounded by like concrete walls, and these are the various iterations of the straight wall, which is basically this piece here, but for concrete walls. And I did multiple iterations, that way I could have one that looks good, one that's kind of tore up, one that looks like a bomb hit it, one that's only got some minor damage. This one I'm going to add like a sooty effect to, I think. And this one I want to spread this damage out a little bit, maybe put some bullet holes in it or something, you know, just to dress it up a little bit, since I'm going to have various iterations. And there's going to be no angles for this, right? We're not doing angles here. It's just going to be straight up and down and side to side. These are going to be 90-degree turns only.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, keep, what are your thoughts on the recent drama with Thor?
I don't know what drama you're talking about. I've been out of the loop. Look, I know he's been on the Drop Frames podcast a couple of times, filling in for Co while Co Carnage is on vacation. That's about the only thing I know about Thor at the moment. And the issues with them getting fiber installed for the ferret rescue. Thank you, hello, Simon. Yeah, my most popular short isn't meant to be that funny. It was meant to be taken seriously. Children should not be making content on YouTube. It's not safe. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's over 1,000 comments pretty much agreeing with what you just said. Yeah, again, not really the point. I wasn't trying to burn the girl. It was more of a, this is not correct. You are in the wrong, and you should be consulting an adult before you do any of this, because if you think for a hot second that you're not findable on the internet, you're absolutely wrong. People get doxxed all the time. You're gonna have to link me to a thing for that, Goldfish. Oh! I know what you're talking about, the Stop Killing Games movement in the EU, where they're trying to stop live service games from just ending and eating people's money, basically. Very much like games like Grand Theft Auto 5, which is not one of the ones on the chopping block that I'm aware of, but it is a good example of the kind of game we're talking about, where there is no single player. You have to play multiplayer, and you have to be connected to a server to play it. And if those servers go away, you now have a game that you cannot play. And companies get around this bullshit by not selling you the game. They sell you a license to access the software, which they possess the right to terminate at any time with or without notifying you. Which is a lot of shit. Well, Rockstar Launcher for the PC version, but like for like the PlayStation version and stuff, you know, not so much a thing. You know, I've said for a long time, because this shit started back in Windows 95, like with the whole licensing to access software as opposed to owning the software outright. Like, this has been going on for a very long time, and it's pretty much an industry standard now. But whether it's a standard or not doesn't make it right. But there's some ramifications, right? Okay, like, I'm making a game here, okay? Let's say I don't follow suit. Let's say I say that if you purchase a copy of my game, you purchase the game. Well, that statement comes with a few special rights that are implied and cannot be negated. That is, when I say you have purchased the thing from me, you now own it. Which means you can now do whatever you want to it, to include redistribute it. Which is why companies don't do that. I think that okay, so that's DRM. It's digital rights management. There for games like that where the game is played in single player, but you still have to be online in order to be able to play it. Or most likely you have to be online at least once for it to verify that it is not pirated. And then it probably has like a 1-year expiry on that check, like a certificate basically. And then it would have to be able to recheck at least once a year to be able to update its certificates. Yeah, if you take away that certificate process and the game can no longer check to see if it's updated, it breaks. And a good example of that is actually in Minecraft. There's an old mod that I used to use called Forestry. It was made by a very talented programmer named Sir Singer. The very, very old versions of Forestry now no longer work because they check for an update file in a Dropbox that is no longer open. And there's no way for me to be able to fix that because I can't, like, I could decompile Forestry, right, and fix the code. But that's what it would take. Like, it's a little ridiculous. Let's see what Thor's got to say.
Bob Casey is fighting for the toughest border security bill in history. Backed by Border Patrol agents. Deport violent criminals. 1,500 new border agents. Crack down on cartels trafficking fentanyl. Tell Bob Casey, keep fighting to defend our border.
Hang on. You remember chilling on your couch in 1877? Did you mean 1977? You had to, because that would make you like 150 years old. Bare minimum.
Restaurant store.
30 chairs, non-squeak.
Restaurant store.
15
There it is, Slow Runner.
non-wobble.
I see you there.
Add 8 cases of pint.
Gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years now. I also run a massive community. We've got about 180,000 people in Discord, and most of what I do is try to teach other people how to make games, teach them that they can make games, show them the tools to do so, and try to do everything without any paywalls or bullshit in the way. It's incredibly important to me that we keep making
We've
games,
got
and that
ads.
the next generation has the tools to do so.
All right, we're gonna pause that while we have ads. I'm gonna put myself up here so you can't see my kitchen. Well, these are edited, Goldfish. These videos, these are edited by either the guy that does his normal social media. I can't remember his name. Or they just took in another guy, the guy that was making YouTube videos called Daily Dose of Thor. They just brought him onto the team too. So I say just, but I think it's been like a month now. Also, you can tell this is a Zoom and this is not Thor's original video output because of how like anti-laced this, like if you look right here at the top of the, where his hair is kind of fucking with the top of his headset, it's all blurry and shit. That's an artifact of zooming. It's also an artifact of his green screen. All right, looks like our ads are over. We'll restart this here.
So that our medium doesn't die out, and it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this. So with that in mind, that community brought me this and tried to get me to sign it. And I don't want to. Number one, I can't because I don't live in Europe. But number two, I wouldn't sign it even if I could. And I'm going to kind of go through this and try to explain the reasoning as to why that would be the case, without all of the internet hate machine that's grown up around it. So let's go into how this works and why this is an issue to me. First things first, what is an initiative? So an initiative is actually not law. It is something that you put together so you can put it up in front of representatives and they can start the conversation. The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it. And the reason why is specifically on this initiative, under its own description, it says, this initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. This isn't always possible in all video games, and it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games. How would you keep League of Legends in a functional playable state? You'd have to re-architect the entire game. The game is what is called client-server. So in client-server models, there's a server and there's a client, and all of the math, all of the game, everything happens on the server. The client just...
All right, yeah, I'm going to illustrate that real quick because he's right. And this is actually an important thing. So, I'm actually going to use, he used League of Legends as a example. I'm going to use everybody's favorite game, Minecraft, because it's a thing that I think everybody in the audience will be able to follow along with. Okay. So, okay, here you have your server. Okay, this is your Minecraft dedicated server. Okay. And then here you have all of your connected clients. These are all games that are started and multiplayer and are connected to this IP address. What happens is when you move, you indicate to the server that you would like to travel in this direction. Okay, and all of that cardinal information is sent to the server. The server decides, yes, there is nothing in your way, you can do that, and then sends an update packet back to the client, informing the client of its new position not that it's okay to move. That's not how that works. Okay? And then the client shifts you ahead that far. How the client chooses to represent that is irrelevant. They do it with a little bit of a head bob, and it looks like you're moving very nicely through the game world. That's not what's happening. You're actually teleporting a few pixels forward the whole time you're holding the W button, or the A button, or the S button, or whatever. Okay. This is the standard client server relationship. The client is what's called no trust, which means the server does not trust the client with any information. It does not trust the client with any decision making. The client does not decide if the zombie hugged you or not. The server decides that and just tells the client about it, and the client's job is to show you. This is where all of the collisions, probably spelling that wrong, and all of the math is done. This is smart. This is how you keep hackers out of your game. Okay, which Minecraft isn't perfect. There are hackers, obviously, if you've ever seen Notice or any of those other tools. Okay. Minecraft is a bad example for the video we're watching because Minecraft does have a single player, which is fully functional by itself and does not require a dedicated server to work. However, Thor brought up the point that games like League of Legends exist, which is a MOBA. Or a massive online, I'm sorry, I spelled that wrong, battle arena. Okay, but that's what MOBA is. So you have a series of clients connected to a server, and another series of clients connected to a server, and they are fighting it out, killing turrets, and trying to capture each other's flag. Okay, in this map. Okay. This is where all the math happens. This is where all the shooting happens. This is where all of the collisions are done. Okay, this is where all of that works. There is no way to take the live service portion out of that because this is the live service right here. There is no way to take this out and still have all of this be functional. There's no way. Not without a gigantic amount of effort. Now, there is an easy way to do it. Okay, and that is that you simply release the source code for the server. However, doing that would most often leak industry secrets for how you developed your service and may potentially illustrate to other people that are knowledgeable about how to write software exactly how all of this works and ways to get around it. Okay, which means when you come out with your League of Legends 2 or whatever, you may be reusing a lot of that code. And if somebody's already engineered their way around that code, this might be a big security debacle. So there's a lot of ramifications in how this is being portrayed to the EU. So he's right. For now, but let's continue watching, and we'll see what else he has to say, because Thor's a pretty smart guy, and yeah. All right, let's do this.
Displays it. And the reason we want to do it that way is so that you can't teleport around and do 1 billion damage. You don't trust the client. You trust the server.
You don't trust the client.
Just displays what it's told.
Right.
So if we wanted to re-architect this, we'd have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a multiplayer-only video game. That doesn't make sense to me. So this isn't going to work for all games. Why is it calling out all games? And it's really easy to say, like, oh, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting...
Right, no, when you have a blanket policy as a law, the only way that gets worked out down the line is that people pay fines. That's it. People like me pay fines. Because if my game is a live service game that simply cannot be turned into a single player experience, or a game that still functions as a multiplayer game for some reason, that's it. Then the government fines the shit out of me, and probably why is my dog whining? And fines the shit out of me every year that my product still has not come up to snuff, depending on how all that legislation actually works out.
Up these types of ideas, specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry, all in the name of saving games. I can't agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening, right? So why did this start in the first place? What is the specific cases they've called out that are egregious? And they have one. It's The Crew. So, action on The Crew. The video game The Crew, published by Ubisoft, was recently destroyed for all players and had a player base of at least 12 million people. Due to the game's size and France's strong consumer protection laws, this represents one of the best opportunities to hold a publisher accountable for this action. If we're successful in charges being pressed against Ubisoft, this can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games. First off, I don't like the idea in this.
The wording there is really, really shitty. Okay, the games aren't being destroyed. They're using the word destroyed because the word destroy has a really heavy like gravitas to it. And that's not correct. The games are not being destroyed. Trust me. I've worked in IT for 20 years. You do not lose code. Ever. That shit is double and triple backed up in Perforce, in a Git repository, in Mercurial or CVS or SVN or you fucking name it, and it's off site. The code is never gone. The games are not destroyed. They're just not playable. And those words are not synonymous.
That it has a player base of 12 million people. That is not how long-running games work. There is a large number of people that buy the game, and that player base slowly dwindles off until nobody is playing it anymore. If there's any costs associated with keeping the game online, which this was an online video game, then eventually it costs more to keep it online than it does to keep running it, right? So the cost outweighs the amount of income
you're not
for
making
it.
profit
There
on it,
are
right?
bad business practices that can occur in there. There are companies that will sell a online-only game as a single-player experience and kind of just put it into the TOS and hide it. But not all companies do that. When they do, we should be calling out that specific company, not all companies. So let's take a look at this and find out more about The Crew itself. If we pull up their Wikipedia, we can see that The Crew was actually created in 2014, which, much to the hatred of all of us oldies on the internet, was 10 years ago.
Oh, fuck you, Thor.
So this was an online-only racing video game developed by Ubisoft Ivory Tower and Ubisoft Reflections and published by Ubisoft. So all Ubisoft, right? With that in mind, it said it was a scaled-down recreation of the contiguous United States and included both role-playing and large-scale multiplayer elements. So it had a massive multiplayer component to it. It is an online-only service-based game, and they shut it down 10 years later. On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I can see...
I'm not going to lie. A game running for 10 years? That's a lot, okay? That's a long time for a lot of live service games. Now, there is a better example of that. Let me just find the thing here. Where's my Steam? Okay, I have in here a game called Worms Armageddon. Okay, this also has a live service component to it. Now, the game is primarily single player, but the real fun is in multiplayer. But multiplayer really only works over a live service that they've got called WormNet. And that motherfucker is still running. This game came out when Windows 98 was still predominantly used. Okay, so it can be done, but that's not really fair because we're comparing apples to oranges. This is a 2D game that has a very, very simple protocol. This isn't a game with 1,000 interactions and respawns and all of that stuff. This is a strategy game. This is a lot easier and a lot lighter on a server. They've probably got the WormNet server shoved in the back of another server that's currently doing something else. I don't know that for sure. I don't speak for Team 17. But the WormNet server is not a gigantic ordeal. And more, on top of that, they only have one WormNet server, and there's about 20 people on it. It's not costing Team 17 anything to really run that server, because they are continually taking in new money for new properties that they are creating, a la Prison Architect and the new Worms games. The Team 17 has actually been really industrious over the last like 15 years. All right, let's get back to this.
In here that could be a problem is if they post it as not an online only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game was always marketed as online only. If you're going to be buying an online only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down in the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut if it's online only. If it's a single player experience that has online only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shitty business practice, but that's really rare.
Agreed.
And in the specific cases where it does happen, we should.
And moreover, it's actually not, it would not be in a developer's best interest to create a remote shutdown switch for their software in that fashion, because it will lead to only bad taste being left in players' mouths. And the only obvious conclusion that customers and consumers can come to is that they put an automatic off switch in the game so that they can make you buy the next version of it. That's the only logical conclusion that can be made there. If a game is single player and requires online just to work, that's probably a place where we should be like, this isn't okay. And when I say like we should say that this isn't okay, I don't mean that going through and creating a petition or an initiative is the right way to go about it. You vote against those kinds of things with your wallet. That's it. If a company is like, hey, we got this game, it's single player, but you have to connect online to play the game. If you don't have an online internet connection, you can't play it. I don't tell you. Don't buy the game. Don't fucking buy it. Buy something else. Buy something better. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter how. I love playing Once Human. Okay, if Once Human fell into this category for some reason of here's a really cool, really pretty, really well-made game, and it's awesome in single player, and if you don't have an internet connection, you can't play it, I would never fucking buy it. Never. Because that's a shit practice. It doesn't matter how much I think I'm going to like the game, or I don't ever have fear of missing out. That doesn't affect me. I will find something else to do with my time, as every other person on the planet is capable of doing. So if you are against a company's practice, or at least against the way they distributed a very specific title, don't buy the title. If you get it on Steam and you find out after the fact, hey, if I don't have an internet connection, this game doesn't work, refund it. You show companies how you feel based on how you spend your money with that company, or if you choose to spend your money with that company. We are capitalists. We will get the hint.
To call out that, not just all games and not all live service games. Further, there's more context to this too. The Crew itself came out in 2014, but it actually had a sequel that came out in 2018. And then it had another sequel that came out in 2023. And if we go to the Crew's SteamDB, which again is not going to be all of the player base for this, it's only going to show the ones who were playing it through Steam. It was on multiple platforms. We look at the max here. It did start out with a sizable amount of community, and then it degraded. And it had a major drop-off in 2018, which is the same year that it launched a sequel. This is normal. When a sequel comes out, a lot of the player base, if the sequel doesn't suck, will move over to it. And then the servers effectively die. Yeah. You can't run a live service game.
This looks like a pretty normal life cycle to me, yeah.
You can't. Most of the time, especially not if there's anything else that goes into it. And if we go into that anything else, and we could see that there was license.
We got ads. I got ads, chat. Well, we all got ads. God damn it.
problems. So on December 14th, 2023, Ubisoft delisted the crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game's servers would shut down on March 31st. So they gave them 3 months. Usually I
that's
would
a lot of
say, hey,
notice.
6 months is probably a better deal, but if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The
That's
only
not
thing
that
that I'd
bad.
be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies. And
Oh.
a 10-year running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years.
Yeah.
And that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation.
Yeah, so funny thing about licensing stuff when you're using real world assets like that, like if I make a racing game, I'm going to need to get licenses from Dodge so that I could use the Dodge Viper. I'm going to need a license from Ford so that I can use a model for the Mustang. I'm going to need a license from Chevy so that I could put a Corvette in there, and possibly a Camaro if you're into that kind of thing. Toyota for the Supra, you know, and it's funny the way these work. When you get a license to use something, you get a license that's attached to a very specific context. So they license these models for the cars and likenesses of the cars for their game, but it's just for that game. It doesn't cover the sequels. They have to get new licenses for those. So yeah, it makes sense that the licenses would be expiring, and it really probably isn't in their best interest to try to renegotiate those and sign on for another 10 years with all of those different car companies, because they're never going to recoup that ever. Thor was just showing the lifeline of the game, and there's like 90 players. I mean, again, it's only on Steam. It doesn't cover the other people playing the game, but it doesn't matter. Once the game is purchased, the company no longer has any further income from that property or from that title, which means now they're just spending money so that people can keep playing their game. That doesn't make sense.
Now, understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times in the industry while I've been working in it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forgo the renegotiation.
Yeah.
And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out and the game has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I don't find that to be a problem from the developer perspective, and I understand that people find that to be a problem from the player perspective. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. Right. I just won't agree with it because I understand the burden that puts if we raise that problem in the way that we are right now. If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Absolutely,
and we're going to miss
not.
out on adventures like Final Fantasy XIV. And even though I don't play anymore, League of Legends or any other live service game, any of them. You're talking everything, like even phone games, as funny as that is. A lot of people don't realize that phone games require online-only activity.
Absolutely.
What about things like Pokemon Go? What about stuff like Monster Hunter Now? What
Same
about
thing.
any of these? We'd never get any of them. And that's why I think this needs to not be vague. It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's
So I thought of a thing. It is possible for the developers of a game, of a live service game, to make community servers a thing, but not for games that have already been developed. This is something that could be required, or at the very least hinted at, that maybe these companies that produce these live service games could keep in mind that at some point their game is going to die, and there's going to be a portion of the fan base that doesn't really want to see that happen. And you can plan for community servers to be launched. But again, there would have to be very serious stipulations there where you as a game studio would release a community server that is compiled in a way that it can never be uncompiled or decompiled rather. Like that's possible to do, but then you still have to work into the game client how you want those community servers to be accessed, because obviously you don't want people using community servers while you're still running your live service game, but it has to be able to be transferred so that when you do shut down your live service game, the clients can patch themselves most likely with a that will redirect how it tries to network out and how it looks for new community servers. It would be a little bit more development time, but I think a system like that should be doable. I would have to really sit and like really plan how that's going to work, like effectively, before I just come up with a solution here that's all encompassing. And I'm going to tell you right now, from 20 years of IT experience, there is no solution that is all encompassing. It doesn't exist. That is the unicorn out in the field. Okay, it's not fucking there. Drink more water and stop smoking cigarettes.
That's the problem. So now we're going to go to Ross, otherwise known as Accursed Farms, the creator of this initiative, and one of the ones that's pushing it the most online. I'm going to let him say exactly why he thinks that this will go through very easily and why it is important, and then I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with it.
Comes law in the EU? Yeah, it might be. Now, it's not a guarantee, but I think if we get the signatures, this passes. Why do I say that? Well, it's a few factors. Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies.
I'm going to stop it there for a moment. The assertion that politicians just like easy wins, so this legislation will go through, but the politicians don't care about a multi-billion-dollar global industry and that it doesn't matter to their constituencies is incredibly absurd to me. I don't think this is the right direction at all for a movement like this.
Conservative governments don't particularly care about the video game industry because they view video games ideologically as a bane on our childhood. But even that isn't really an accurate depiction anymore, because of what Thor just said. The video game industry is literally a multi-billion-dollar yearly industry of taxable income. So it's not like the 80s and 90s anymore, where we're playing Battletoads and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and other various forms of complicated brain rot.
I think it's incredibly damaging, and it makes our entire industry look bad, both on the player side and the developer side. If we're going to be putting forward anything that may eventually turn into legislation, it should be passing because it's the right thing to do for consumers and developers, and that there's some kind of a middle ground, not just because it's an easy win and politicians don't care. This sets us off on a completely wrong foot.
EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway.
And that's dangerous.
Yeah.
If we're going to be setting precedent, which could change the way that law works all the way down the road, then we need to be sending the right message.
Right.
Which this is sending a vague message that doesn't cover the actual problem.
And more than just sending a vague message, it will set a precedent that is, first of all, dangerous, and second of all, will have to be amended later. Without a doubt, will have to be amended later. Because it is going to encompass things that isn't meant to, and it is going to put a pretty heavy dent into any service which has live service as a part of its software.
So this is not a win to me. This is a huge risk.
And we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it?
In the case of live service games, in the terms of service for those, you are not buying the game. You're buying a license to the game. And that...
Right. And I know what Thor's going to say here, and I agree with him as a developer, but as a person in the world that likes to buy and own things, because, I don't know, I'm like Madonna, I'm a fucking material girl. Okay? I like to generally own the things I buy, regardless of what the TOS says I'm actually getting. I'm an old school minded person. When I give you money, you give me thing. This is mine now. Again, I realize that is not the way software works, and it can't work. I feel like there should be a little bit more middle ground between the customers and the developers and or
We've got
publishers.
ads.
We got ads. We'll take 5 minutes to go smoke, and we'll get back to this in a second. All right, sorry about that. I wanted to go smoke. All right, we're gonna get right back into this then. I agree. I may do a long form response, although it's hard to do a response to a video like this when I'm agreeing with almost everything he has to say. Right. Um, it's one of me and Thor are very much cut from the same cloth. Um, except I was cut from the cloth 10 years before he was. But um, I don't know that it would make for super interesting content. But it's something I'll think about it. Anyway, we got about 2/3 or a third of this video left, so
That's the part that's really different here. If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms. But if we're under this weird idea that we need to get rid of all live service games or damage that practice in any way to keep in line with consumer policies, it is in line with consumer policies. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be there in the first place. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I disagree there. I don't think that the current live service practices are fully in line, but and not. It's not that live service policies; it's that software in general does not fall in line with current consumer policies because of the way TOSs work.
To me, you're not buying the game, you're buying a license to the game. In the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game, you are not buying the game, you are paying to have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing though? The initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functionable, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically, not this vague bullshit.
And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
That's really gross to me as well. The
Yeah.
idea that this
Yeah, we all know, those of us that keep our tinfoil hats in our top drawer. We know that the government is notorious, and not this is from the EU, by the way, is where this is happening, but it's not specific to the EU. The government will very often use one thing and promote that thing in the media to draw attention away from something else that they're doing that they don't really want people talking about. Okay. Um, and a really good example of that is actually COVID. And while the government didn't specifically have any action in this happening, one of the things that happened is that COVID-19 was reported as being a problem in mainstream media in 2019. Most people didn't hear of COVID until about March of 2020. Okay. But it was reported in 2019 when it was discovered, and it was in the newspaper the morning Kobe. Was it Kobe Bryant that died in the plane accident? I can't remember. It was a basketball player that died. Um, I think it might have been Kobe. I don't remember. But I also remember that very specifically that day because when his plane crashed, I was in the hospital with my wife because she was giving birth the next day. So I remember all of this happening. I remember being on the news. Anyway, because this basketball player dying was such like a big tragedy, and all the newspapers really grabbed that up, and the article about COVID-19 got pushed to the side. It's there, but nobody saw it. And that's a problem, right? That is a serious misalignment of priorities from a societal point of view, and media companies capitalizing on that. Yes, the government absolutely uses that same practice, and absolutely, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was Kobe in a helicopter accident. Yes, thank you, Goldfish. That's exactly right. While the government does use media to cover up things that they're doing that they probably should not be, or at the very least would leave a bad taste in people's mouths, they tend to want to push something else out, and that they get away with that because we as a society tend to gravitate toward people and not problems. Like, I'm sure Kobe Bryant was a great fucking guy. He doesn't mean shit to me. Okay? He's a guy that played basketball. I don't even like basketball. Okay? And this is true of everybody. Like, I like Iron Man. I like the entire MCU. If Robert Downey Jr. walked through my fucking town, I would not give a shit. Okay? Because I don't really know him all that well. Okay? And to make it a bullet point in your PowerPoint presentation here, to say that this is a thing that the government will want to get on board with because it enables them to perform a thing that is already a problem. Is I don't even have a word for that. Like my vocabulary just failed. That is just a failure to human properly right there is what that is. That's we're going to take a problem and exacerbate that problem to get what we want. And we don't even know what we want yet.
This is just a diversion from serious topics, and they can get an easy win in, and we can just push it through, and there won't be a lot of pushback on it, and they're not going to have to think about it too hard. That's crazy dangerous, dude. If you're going to be setting precedent, if you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting. So
Agreed.
Yes, I won't agree with that, and I won't agree with Ross. There's no way around that. I think this is gross. To sum it all up, no, I will not be supporting the initiative Stop Killing Games. You're not going to change my mind on it because I find this language to be incredibly vague and damaging to the rest of our industry. I think that it will be bad for both developers and players down the line in the way that it is currently written. And I think that starting a conversation that doesn't get to the core of the issue is both wasted time and leads to potentially bad outcomes. So
Agreed.
If we want to talk about this, let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game. I think that we should be fighting about that. That needs to go away. A player should be well informed at the point of purchase that they are purchasing a license, not buying a game. And the reason that we have those licenses in the case of client-server interactions, like we had before, we're talking about client-server games, is so that they can ban you when you cheat at them. They revoke your license. That's why they revoke your license, to protect the gameplay of every other player that you're impacting when you cheat at these games. That needs to exist, but it needs to be better informed to the player at time of purchase. So I agree on that. This doesn't bring that up, though. It just attacks all video games that have online-only components and says that they need to keep being able to be played indefinitely. That doesn't make any sense to me. Aside from that, a lot of people really like live service games as they exist now. So trying to kill off all live service games, as some people have said online, doesn't make any sense either. Live service games are a great way to get away from the real world. They're about social interaction between players. Some people get married in them. Some people met their spouse in them and then got married in them. It's a really cool
Fun fact, I met my wife on Tinder.
thing for a point in time in which you're having that social experience. And to destroy that just because you don't like them is very weird. I don't think that makes a lot of sense to me. I also don't think it makes sense the way that Ross is posing this as why it's going to pass. I think that's incredibly inflammatory. And
I'm gonna interject here. Where am I at here? I'm at 1422. Okay, I wanna roll back to Ross here. Let's look at this guy. What is he? What even is this dude? Okay, I'm gonna do some of my typical YouTube asshole shit right now. Okay, this guy's a hippie fucking gamer, is what he is. This is not a person that is educated in what software development is. He's not a person that understands anything about the game development process. And if he is, he certainly doesn't look the part. And maybe that's my bad for judging a book by a cover. But I mean, based on the things he has said and just the way he presents himself, I mean, what is this fucking neck beard you got going on here? Like, what is that? But like, that's not even where your neck beard goes. I have a neck beard, but Christ, that's all the way down here. Anyway, This is a person that clearly likes playing Grand Theft Auto or The Crew or something like that, and simply just doesn't want the publishers to have the ability to take his game away from him. That's what this is. This whole thing feels really, really selfish, and he's trying to do a Facebook grandstand to get his way. You've missed quite a bit. It's been a really educational and I'm doing a lot of talking about important things as opposed to just running my mouth and using foul language.
This is your pilot. On your left, Dave McCormick's $16 million mansion in Connecticut. Here's his Wall Street hedge fund. He made millions outsourcing jobs. Here's Pennsylvania, where Dave didn't vote for 15 years. Time to head back to Connecticut, Dave.
Okay. Can I have Thor's video now, please?
I think that's incredibly inflammatory and could lead to a lot of damage to both what he's trying to stop and to games as a whole. To say that the government just doesn't care and this is an easy win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous.
Yeah,
You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry. To think that the government isn't going to be meticulously looking through this and looking for flaws and holes is absurd. So I don't think that's honest at all, and I find it disgusting. So for everyone who's mad about that, fine. Be angry about it. I'm not going to change my stance on that because I can't agree with this, both as a dev and a player. I see the danger involved. I see the vagueness in the language, and it doesn't make sense to me. If we want to fight for better conditions for players, then fight the actual problem.
Right.
Don't make new ones.
Agreed. Yeah, no, I'm almost 100% on board with everything Thor said. There's a few nuanced things where I stand
This video is
slightly off.
Gaming industry for
But for the most part, we are of the same mind. Single player games that are online only are rare. They're not as common as this comment would suggest they are, but they are not as rare as Thor says they are. There is a somewhere in between where I can't even say that because Thor didn't really give any numbers, but it is happening more and more often, whether we're seeing single player games that require you to be online in order to play them, and that's mostly for digital rights management. But let me move my face back down here. Okay. Just rolling through the lead comments here. I'm not going to open all the replies. Jesus, hold on. I need my new glasses for this. I might have to go watch Ross's original video because apparently the video is curtailed for talking points, which is fine. Do not threaten me with a good time. The comment section never fucking disappoints. I swear to God, I love you too. Why are you calling him Jason? Nobody calls him that. You're a tool. So this is kind of where I'm at. Games should have an end of life plan where it makes sense for them to do so. It isn't possible every time, but if it is possible, it is something that developers could work into their game design documents. I mean, let's be realistic. Most games that really take off and succeed make gigantic quantities of money, which then publishers then end up eating a large portion of. But that's a talk for another time. These games, especially these AAA titles, are doing really well. This is something that could be planned from the design phase and could be implemented. And I kind of briefly touched on that earlier, where it said, that community servers or something of that nature could be produced in a way um, that the game does remain in some sort of a playable state after the game developers and publishers no longer want to support the game because it's not profitable. Thank you for that. I'm not going to watch that
Hi.
on stream. I will get back to that later. I'm just going to leave that in that tab there. Mojang used to have digital called Scrolls. It was supported for a while. It was shut down many years ago. I remember when Scrolls came out. In fact, when Scrolls came out, Bethesda tried to sue Mojang because of the name Scrolls, and they lost that just because of the Elder Scrolls games. They said that Mojang was trying to take their was trying to borrow some of their thunder, basically, to sell more copies of their games. Scrolls ultimately did not do well, and it did fail as a game. And that being said, Bethesda lost their lawsuit. Mojang was allowed to make the game and keep the name, and Bethesda, instead of being a bunch of salty pussies about it, in Skyrim, put a pickaxe that you can find on the mountain, the Throat of the World, the really big mountain that Parthenax is at the top of. And if you look around, you can find a pickaxe up there called a notched pickaxe. And it is, in fact, a nod to Notch, who was still running Mojang at the time. Which I have to say, good for Bethesda. Good for Bethesda. They took it right on the chin, and they did a nice thing. And it was a nice little ode and a little notch, or a little head nod. That's very cool. Yeah, no, this isn't a thing. So the language is too vague. Ross's response is that's why it's an initiative and not a legislation. No. No, you should still make your wording as concise and as understandable as possible. That's why we have such a robust language. English is incredibly difficult to learn from a person that doesn't speak it because of the way we use so many verbs and can have drastically different meanings depending on context in a lot of cases. It's important we have the words to narrow down the scope of what the real problem is, and that initiative does not do a good job of doing that. And I don't think the fact that, oh, it's an initiative, that's not the same as saying it's a prototype. It's not. This is something people are actively signing and they want to present before government officials to discuss. And then you want a group of people, many of which probably don't play video games, to talk about this overly vague thing that you have described, and they don't have enough forethought and knowledge about the subject to make accurate assertions as to what's really happening and what needs to happen going forward. This is lazy, is what this is. And I agree with this statement too. I don't want to see these games disappear. I don't. I love video games. I've been gaming since I've been 5 years old. I had an Atari 2600 when I was a kid, a Nintendo Entertainment System. I remember all of those old great games, and I would hate for those games to be suddenly no longer accessible to anyone. And the idea of these games just vanishing is a horrifying concept, right? Especially now when we live in an age where everything is digital, right? One couple of key presses, one line of code, and you can delete anything. RM, TAC, RF, done. It's gone. like it never existed. And that's a horrifying concept, right? So no, I don't want to see games destroyed forever. I very much would like to see as many games preserved and if possible playable as possible, going forward. But at the same time, you do have to keep in mind that that isn't always possible, not from a game development standpoint, but from a game mechanic standpoint. Some things just don't make sense. See, again, and I discussed this too. This isn't always possible because sometimes those binaries contain code that could be considered either industry secrets, or could potentially expose vulnerabilities in a way that even the developers hadn't considered. There are ramifications to doing that. Now, one of the things you can do, and this is kind of one of my favorite tricks, when you're writing code, okay, you guys have watched me write code a couple of times. Code is written in whatever language you speak. Okay, I speak English, so I write code in English. And if I want to for each loop of things, then I say things like for each. I'm using the wrong thing. I need Notepad. Well, actually, I need Notepad++, which I apparently have installed twice. All right, you guys weren't supposed to see that. All right, that's my blacklist. Which I don't even think I'm allowed to call blacklist anymore. I'll have to go over that. Anyway, so if I want to loop over some text, right, or loop over some data, we'll write a little bit of Perl here quick because that's my go-to language. Right, so I have a equals dbi fetch some data. Okay, that's not how this works, but we're going to pretend that's how it works, okay? All right, so now data, because it's appended with an with an @ sign, is an array. Okay? An array is a set of data in sort of like an ordered format. Okay, and you can iterate over that with a for each loop. For each my, don't worry about the word my. It's for scoping. D. I'm doing this wrong. Wow. My. Jesus Christ. I'm not doing it wrong. For each my D. Yeah, data. Okay. I could say now D holds the value that is in the current iteration of the array, right? And I could say update user or update if user D. Okay. Now that ampersand at the beginning means I'm calling a function reference, right? Which could be defined somewhere else like sub update if user my data equals shift, because we're expecting that. Right, now this is all well and good, okay, and this could, return 1 or some shit, when it's done, okay? Doesn't really matter. So when you decompile an executable, you would see this code for the most part. It would be roughly the same thing, right? Because you're looking at what the instructions came from, and you can pretty much backwards decode those instructions to get something that looks like mostly functional code. I say mostly because decompiling isn't a 100% thing. Some decompilers are better than others, but none of them are perfect.
We've got ads.
And we got ads, god damn it. I'm getting coffee while we have ads. We're back. Nice. One of the things you can do to prevent your code from being decompiled and easily read is a process called obfuscation. Okay, and what it is it's a program that will read through your source code and change the names of everything, most notably the function references. So instead of having this as update at if user, it would change it to something like func underscore 089157 underscore A. And then it would take that and every reference to that same function, it would change. This is still valid code, but it looks like shit. Okay. And if you try to read this code, it is possible, and it has been done where you can reverse engineer this process. It is incredibly fucking difficult and incredibly time consuming. This is obfuscation is not a one-stop shop, one-size-fits-all fix for people decompiling your code. It does, however, add a layer of security that is really buys you time more than it buys you anything else. So obfuscation is a thing, but again, it's not 100% foolproof. And ultimately, what you would really have to do to protect your proprietary code would be to either not include it where possible, or don't distribute the binaries, which is the more correct approach from a developer standpoint. So that's that. I mostly agree with Thor. The initiative is nice. It's a nice thought if you're actually trying to get to the bottom of the problem, but the language used to describe what is actually being attempted here does not describe the problem. It describes an overarching trait which should not be fully removed. And I also agree with Thor that if your game is actually just a single player game that requires you to be online for DRM and a friends list to work, it should probably tell you that. All right, closing that. Again, I'm going to leave that up for later. I'm going to check that out after stream. And probably after I watch My Hero Academia, which I think there's a new episode of that. since FNAF's here, I can show you a little bit of the art I've been working on, since I do a little of that too. Let me get rid of the reference image. You should probably look into getting a copy of this. FNAF, this is Sprite. This is a great program for drawing. That's dumb. We're just gonna delete both of those because they look stupid. Same here. It's like 20 bucks on Steam. You don't have to buy it from Steam. You can actually download it from GitHub, and you can just compile it yourself. And if you need help with that, I'll help you with that. That's fine. And then it doesn't cost you anything. But this is this is a tool for developing sprites. It is a tool that is specifically geared with people that make video games and art for video games in mind. This is an excellent, excellent tool, and I cannot speak highly enough of it. Now, I am also using one of these to do the art. Okay. And it's very cool. Yeah. And you can use the mouse. I did start out with this program just using the mouse. This is not mine. This is my wife's. I bought it for her. She doesn't like using it, so I ended up using it. But it's actually been really beneficial. Once I got used to how the Wacom works, this is actually a gigantic, gigantic help. So anyway, yeah, if you really like, I see you drawing stuff on Discord all the time. You're always uploading stuff, and I noticed a lot of your stuff looks like it was drawn in something akin to Microsoft Paint. And if you're going to use a raster editor like Paint, something like this would probably do you a little bit better because it supports transparencies properly. It supports indexed palettes. It supports um, all of the things you would expect a sprite editor to have. And again, it's specifically geared to handle spriting. It also does animations, by the way. If I press, what is it? Alt N, I think. Yeah, Alt N. Now I have a new frame of animation down here, which I can then delete the frame. I don't need animations for this. Obviously, it supports a grid. You know, if you're doing tile maps like I'm doing, or if you're doing animation. Yeah, it's not up yet because we're doing lots of talking. And by lots of them, yeah, I'm doing lots of talking. Yeah, Sprite is an excellent tool. It's right. Let me get the Steam software. Here's go to the store page. It's 20 bucks, or like I said, you can get it from their GitHub for free. You see, it's got lasso tools and all the normal things. And you see, that's the animation there, and then, yeah, you can it supports all the stretching and twisting, and that's very cool. Yep, you can change hue and saturation levels. You can quickly recolor sprites, which is nice. And actually, I could show you that because I'm using an indexed palette. Close this. I don't need this open anymore. Right? I can go to my thing here. I gotta fix. I thought I fixed all this last night. God damn it. So if I select that's this color in my palette. If I go to here, as I change the color, it changes everywhere. I'm not gonna lie, that's actually a really cool color. It's got a very dusky kind of feel to it. I'm gonna keep that in mind for later levels. That was actually very cool. I'm glad I did that. Yeah, it's a really cool program. Again, if you're using a Wacom tablet like I've got, it becomes that much easier because the drawing feels more natural, or at least it does for me. I can't speak to everybody's experience with a drawing tablet. I mean, I don't know what you're used to. It's definitely worth learning, and if you're going to do that, there is not this guy, this guy.
I'm Matt Cartwright.
Let me just give you his.
I approve this
Blog.
message.
Today, not tomorrow, not next week.
Jesus Christ.
Today is the day I hope.
Here we go. I'm just gonna copy and paste his. Here you go. This guy, he does a lot of work in Sprite and Unity. I know I won't use Unity, but anymore. All right, guys, my dog is like losing his fucking mind. He desperately wants to go out and pee. It might not be that. He might just hear thunder in the distance or something. He's very afraid. So this is wrong. Still, is it? Yeah, there we go. That's better. All right, so I'm gonna go walk him real quick, and we'll get back into today's stream and some more interesting content, and maybe I'll turn TTS back on. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we're back. So I was thinking about it, right? And while I was out walking the mutt, um, I was thinking about like what the video we just watched there with Thor, and doing a live service game. Um, oh, wrong thing. Would be pretty tough, right? It's something that you would want to um, make available to the um, to the general public, right? So we're gonna look at League of Legends. Oops. All right. So if we look at League of Legends, okay, it's more than just the game binary. Okay, you have the game server. Okay, it's more than that. When you have a live service like this, yeah, you absolutely have this, or you have multitudes of these, right? Like this is probably on like a load balancer, right? But a rated load balancer. We'll get into what that is in a second. Okay, because you also have to have a database. Okay, and this is for rankings and unlocks. Player accounts. Okay, and this actually directly interacts with this to some degree, right? Because when you're doing rated matches and shit, you want to be partnered with people that are on your level. Okay, that's another process. Okay, that's the matchmaker. Okay, and that directly talks to the the load balancer, so that you can be put into the game that you need to be in based on your rankings and your capability. Okay. Plus, there's also probably some cron jobs, right, for cleanups and backups and all that other fun stuff, which you could say you could leave to the player, but or to the person running the server. But all of this stuff has to be documented. Like you have to be able to understand what all of this does and why it does it to keep the rest of this stuff working. Okay, and I realize my handwriting is probably absolutely illegible. So there's a lot more to a service than just the game server. It's not like Minecraft, right? Minecraft, you could just deploy the server and it works. So with Minecraft, you deploy your dedicated server. Okay, maybe you'll have did this wrong. Okay, worst case scenario with a Minecraft server, and this is one of the most complex setups I personally did. You'll have Bungie, okay, which is a fully open proxy, which then connects to a hub server. This is the server that has all the portals in it. That takes you to other servers. So we'll probably have like SMP. And then we'll have factions. A Skyblock server. Mini games server. And we actually had 3 of those that were all tied together. On top of the fact that there was a database involved, which had just ran out of canvas space. So we also had the MySQL DB, which was for the band manager. Permissions. Oh, because we had Townie for a while, but I ended up getting rid of that in favor of something else. So even a Minecraft server can get mildly complicated, but this is still fairly simple, right? Compared to, because this is all static, right? This is only active while the players are playing on it. Live service games are running all the time, waiting for people to play, and there's always stuff going on. There's events, and there's the only event that ever happens in Minecraft is Christmas, and that's a client hack. That's it. It's just a fix on the client that knows the date. And if it's Christmas time, the chests look like presents. That's it. So releasing a binary for something like League of Legends or something to that extent would be functionally impossible. And then there's the other thing that Thor mentioned, that mobile gaming is entirely live service, and there's more live service than you even, like, most people even realize, right? Like, let me do this. I don't even know if this is a thing you can still do. I'm gonna check. It is. This is a group, not a. That's it. Yeah, I think I found it. Who knows what this is? Once it finishes loading. Well, that didn't work at all. Oh, it's gone. It's not there anymore. Oh, there. It just takes a while to launch. Okay. How many of you have seen this?
We've got ads.
God damn it! Fucking ads. Is it just you, Goldfish? This is a live service game. You'd never think it, but this is a live service game. It's also taking forever to load because I'm streaming. Here we go. We're not doing any of that nonsense. Wow, this runs like shit. Jesus Christ. Oh wow. I've actually played this, you can say, a long time ago. Wow, holy fuck, this runs like garbage. Anyway. Yeah, help me out. This is running like dog shit. Actually, you know what? Don't help me out. I made my point. Everybody knows what the fuck Farmville is, okay? This is a live service game. All of the Facebook games, even the barely interactive ones, right? The ones that are just web UIs with buttons on them to do things, those are live service games. Those games depend on a remote server to process those inputs and to sort out who's doing what and where and what their progress level is. It's a very simplistic setup, but it's still a live service game. Legislation that affects live service video games will also affect those. Now, Farmville probably makes a pretty penny. Like, what is it? Zynga makes that, I think. They're pretty well. They've been doing really well for a long time. Farmville's like 20 years old almost. But there are other games that it just doesn't make sense, right? And then what do you do when a game fails, right? There's always that. Like, that wasn't even touched, right? What do you do when a game fails? Let's look at Dawngate. Dawngate was a great idea for a fucking MOBA. And Microsoft pulled the plug. Oh, was it Microsoft or Blizzard? I can't remember. They pulled the plug on it because it wasn't making any money. Well, what were they supposed to do? Their game wasn't making any money. So by this initiative that's going forward in the EU, games like that would also still be required to keep the game playable. The game failed. Why would you bother? I mean, it really didn't. They just weren't very patient with it, and League of Legends was kicking the shit out of them. They just didn't give it enough time, but that's irrelevant. Okay, there's a lot of games that just don't go anywhere, and now those developers and well, you know what? Let's not even look at publishers because publishers have money. Let's look at indie developers. An indie developer has a cool idea, right? And he has this live service thing going on, right? Similar to like Farmville or something, because Farmville was started by like 5 guys. Okay. And what if that would have never picked up? What if that would have fell flat on its face? Well, now what? You have to leave the game playable for all 7 people that chose to play it? Really? That doesn't make sense. You know?
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Oh, well, he had some drama with a thing about harsh criticism of Stop Killing Games movement."
Yeah, you're going to have that, right? So for the first time ever, Thor released an actual opinion. And it wasn't really, and it is an opinion, but it's not. He released his position on something, which is the first time I've ever seen him really do that in a very put my foot down way. I mean, he's always kind of been that way, like with trans rights and LGBTQ and all that, and in that he doesn't have an opinion and he doesn't want to talk about it on his stream. But I'm sure he does have an opinion. He just doesn't talk about it because that's not the point of his stream. That's not the point of his content. He wants people to make cool shit and to inspire each other to keep making cool shit. And that's awesome. So he doesn't want any of the heavily polarized topics because that will detract from the point of his content. What's this? I played a demo for this game way back when. It wasn't very good. I didn't like it. But again, I played a demo for this fucking 10 years ago. Or more. More. Of course, I still lived in Indiana when I was playing that. Well, that was about, what, 2007, 2008? Something like that. If games can't legally be obtained directly from the companies, then what's the point of fighting against piracy in cases like this? Because piracy still hurts those companies. That's why. And those companies use the money that they get from selling the, even if they are just selling a license to access the software, to make more games, to pay their people. There's a lot of things that there's a lot of reasons to fight against piracy. And I agree with this. Media preservation should be a thing. Like, we should be able to, as best as we can, preserve games. I think that games are more like interactive stories, right? In that, we have libraries around the world that we just we treat like they're clad in gold because they contain literature from thousands of years ago. And that's important because that's our history. And people don't really see games, a lot of people don't really see games that way because games are the present. But are they, though? Are they? Super Mario Brothers came out the year I was born. I'm 41 years old. And that's not even the first game. One of the first real video games was actually Pong, and it was written on a fucking oscilloscope. An oscilloscope. Well, the oscilloscope was used for the output. Yeah, the name Running with Scissors. I've actually seen that person post a lot of on a lot of places. It's very funny. There is no one size fits all blanket policy that will solve the problem of games going away and being unable to be preserved. There just isn't. There, not that I can think of offhand, and maybe I'm not smart enough. I mean, that's possible. Not probable, but possible. Um, you know, I don't. Generally speaking, blanket policies always do more harm than good, especially when you get to the edge cases. So I think that, again, that one of the best things you can do as a consumer, if you disagree with a company's position or how they're going to treat a product, then don't buy it. Don't spend your money there. Voting with your wallet is the most powerful thing you can do in any capitalistic society. All right, we're actually not going to do this anymore, I don't think. I've been spriting all day, to be honest. I really like this wall. This is really nice. This is the same wall 4 times in a row, by the way. I just kept editing it to make it look different. Very cool. Anyway, so we're gonna save this because I haven't saved it in like 2 days. It's 256. I'm gonna resave the palette just in case because I have changed the palette a little bit. Okay. Now I'll close this. Don't save. Don't save. Minimize this. found the whole drama thing from a server called the Crew Eliminate, which is a server based on. Here's what they had to say. All right. Oh, okay. We'll just run it through the TTS.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, testing for full throttle TTS test 1234.
That's broken. That was you said that ages ago.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, my cousin actually didn't know much about PCS or anything he saw he downloaded.
Trying again.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, hi, I would like to leave a little heads up here, completely out of my own volition, warning ~1. There's a guy on YouTube named Pirate Software who's actively propagating blatant disgusting misinformation about both the SKG campaign and Ross through his YouTube streams, videos, which I find to be very concerning and dangerous, given his large audience. Few hours ago he has just uploaded an entire video dedicated to the SKG campaign, where he spends 15 minutes, either completely misunderstanding. LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, G. Ross and the point of the campaign, or intentionally lying about it. I mean, he is an ex-Blizzard employee after all. Going this much out of his way to make a dedicated 15-minute video about the campaign, when he clearly, and deliberately, misunderstands the entire point of the campaign is extremely questionable, especially given his large audience. However, I'm personally far more inclined to believe that he's just a Blizzard gimp. Ross is already aware of this and has responded. LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, to him, please be aware of this guy and the dangerous misinformation he spreads, i.e., Ross wanting to destroy all online-only, live service games so they never exist, Ross wanting all live service games to be supported forever, dumb shit like that Ross already explained a billion times. If you know anyone who watches this guy, then tell him to watch Ross's actual videos on the campaign instead.
Well, first of all, no, Thor did not misunderstand anything. He at no time did he accuse Ross of wanting to destroy live service games. He said that the way that they worded their documentation could lead to that potential outcome. Not through the legislation itself, but through the fact that legislation would make running live service games so incredibly difficult and extraordinarily expensive that it wouldn't be profitable and no one would do it. That would in fact destroy live service games. And that may be an unintentional side effect, but that's still the result. It's these are the kinds of people. Did you find that on fucking Reddit? That looks like a Reddit post. Standard Redditor didn't understand anything. No? Oh, okay. Okay, so it looks like this guy is trying to discredit Thor blatantly. So it seems to me that either this person has the IQ of a semi-restarted goldfish, or he is intentionally going out of his way to try to discredit someone who has literally made their name in being the voice of the indie gaming community. And I can promise you right now, that's not going to go over well with developers. At least not us indie developers. I think these people are entirely too gung-ho. Again, I think the principle of what they're trying to do is good, and I think they need to learn a little bit more about the topic before they go sticking their grubby fingers into it, because all they're going to do is turn the pie into mush, making it harder for the rest of us. you know, you know what? I've got a really good example of that. When you go on the internet and you go to a web page. Ooh, I know a good one. No. RuneScape.com. Perfect. Okay. I wanna go to the game. Take me to the website, not the. Here we go. Perfect. This website uses cookies. We use cookies to personalize content and ads to provide social media features and analyze it. Do you know why this message is here? Because the EU requires it. And Jagex is a European company. They're based out of London. That's why this is here. This is dumb, where you can opt into and opt out of certain cookie types. Okay, because and it's all because years ago there was a giant scare about tracking cookies. Yeah, bro, that's not how cookies work. Cookies can't do anything by themselves. Cookies are text files. There is nothing but text in them. That text is almost always a session ID, an expiry date, and a domain in which that cookie is valid. That's it. But that's all that's in a cookie. The session ID is then references a session that is stored in a database as like a CLI frozen object that they can then thaw and immediately restore your entire web session and anything that was in your session data, which your session data is basically a glorified struct or a glorified hash. Cookies don't track you. Now, can cookies be used for malicious purposes? Yes. Everything can be used for a malicious purpose. Everything. Okay? I just bought a 20-ounce DeWalt hammer that drives nails better than any other carpentry hammer I've ever owned. It's not a framing hammer, it's a carpentry hammer. It's the short guy. Okay, but it's 20 ounces. It's extra heavy. Most carpentry hammers are only 12 ounces. Okay? This is a 20-ounce titanium headed or steel headed with a titanium plate fucking hammer. Okay? That is a tool. It drives nails. It rips things apart. It'll also crack a fucking skull if I use it wrong. Everything can be used maliciously. All this did was make extra steps for not just developers, but for people trying to use websites. This isn't useful. This is in my way. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to click that every time. Unless I don't trust the website, in which case I probably won't be there in the first place. And I wanted to just pick a website that I knew was going to make that pop up, and I happen to know offhand that RuneScape does that because that. That's what poor EU legislation does. It convolutes and complicates things in ways that aren't really helpful to anyone. And I've been developing websites a lot longer than I've been programming. And I do separate them as very different things. Building websites is JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. That's it. You can build a website without any server-side logic. You don't have to program anything. In fact, I have code that is so old it wasn't even called JavaScript. It was called DHTML or Dynamic HTML. It was JavaScript that was written directly into the HTML tags using onClick and on rollover and special HTML extensions that were used by XHTML 1.1. But yeah, when you have politicians that don't really understand the media that you're talking about and you present this kind of documentation to them, they're going to take it at face value. And you know what? I think Ross might be right. I think it might be an easy win. And it's disgusting for the reasons why. that is blatantly taking advantage of old people that don't know what they're talking about and effectively altering the entire structure of everything that every gamer does forever because you want to keep playing a game that was released 10 fucking years ago. And I realize that Ross has gone on to say that it's not just the crew. The crew was an easy example, so I'll give him that. But I'll bet you every other game falls into a very similar category. The game is old, it's not profitable anymore, and the companies that are running it don't want to keep affording it anymore because they've got sequels out that you can play that are probably better, or at least better graphically, because that seems to be the new stigma. We just stick pretty lipstick on all of our tools and ship them out as something new. Look at you, Call of Duty. So again, I'm going to wrap up that whole talk with I think the idea to preserve video game as a media and as an art form is important. I think doing that at everyone else's expense is a bad idea. Well, yeah, sports games, but sports games can't change, right? Sports games cannot change. All they can do is put graphics on them. I can't even fault the games for that, unless and we'll use Fernando's favorite games here, the FIFA games. Okay, FIFA. Is it It's FIFA, right? That's because it's a Spanish descendant word, so the I is pronounced as an E. So FIFA. Okay. Um, yeah, okay, yeah, FIFA. The only thing that really changes year to year, I assume that FIFA also has like drafts and trading and stuff, much like American football does. So players move around a little bit, new contracts and what have you. So each game, each new version of the game for the new year is going to have updated player rosters, so the players start out the game in their correct teams. And unless there's any major rule changes to the game's structure itself, the game cannot and has zero reason to change. All they can really do is improve the visuals, improve camera tracking, improve the FPS. Like, what are you going to change? Are you going to add a new gameplay mode to it? It doesn't exist. Are you going to add zombies to it? I mean, that might be fun, but why? It has nothing to do with the game, with the game's structure. I said zombies because it seems to be like what every fucking game does now. When they want to, their first DLC is a zombie pack for some fucking reason. Like sports games, you can't even really be mad at. Again, that's another one of those things that absolutely falls under vote with your wallet. Okay, they're just. I don't understand people to play sports games anyway. Like I don't understand. The only sports game I've ever enjoyed was NFL Blitz 2000. So. Right, see, that's what I mean. Like, what are you gonna do with that? Like, that's the epitome of we, 7 of us showed up to a field and there isn't enough people to actually play a proper soccer game, so we're gonna make up our own game real quick. You know, it's called Rush. And in the same game mode from another game, it's called Volta. Voita? Now you got me wanting to play Noita. God damn it. Um, so yeah, yeah, it's a vote with your wallet kind of situation. If you don't approve of what developers are doing, don't buy the game. That's simple. Oh Jesus Christ. Did my stream freeze? No, it did not. I see it on the wife's computer. It's being weird. All right, let's do that's really cool. So the people that do this kind of stuff are super talented. That's a really pretty picture. That's a really, really neat use of a palette. Look at that. That's very cool. That's actually a really good picture too. I mean, the underboob is absolutely unnecessary there. And this right here, like this is over-sexualization of a character, and I don't particularly approve of it. Right? There's no reason why this can't come directly into the curvature of the leg. But by doing this, right, you have a little bit of thigh and you display exactly a half inch of what would be like the pubic area. And that's a turn on for like fucking for gamer kids that can't get a girlfriend. Like this is not, I shouldn't judge it too harshly because it is technically an art. I feel like it's unnecessary in gaming. Was there an orange man? Where? Oh, right here. Yeah. How about that? Or die. Jesus Christ. Is that Bob Ross? Oh, it's Chuck Norris. Nice. Joker. Or a clown at the very least. Oh, this is nice. Look at this. That's a really pretty tile set. That's really well done. Is that a tile set or is it just a... It looks like it might just be a set. It looks like it could be tiled, though. Look at how small that palette is. That's really, really fucking well done. So, like, this green in the leaves is the same green that's out here. And it's the same green that's no, this green in the moss is a little bit darker. But some of the books are also that darker moss green. Like this dark shade here. This is a really, really well done image.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Edit, just found out Pirate Software is the co-founder of Off-Brand Games, which are publishing a fighting game called Rivals 2, Q4 2024, which will be an online-only live service game. Winking face. Edit 2. He deleted Ross's comment, and actively deletes others off of his YouTube videos. He is a shill.
Yeah, he does that. He's admitted to doing that 100 times. Because it's funny. Because what happens is, when I go into my what is it? Oh, studio content comments. Right, I can go into my comments, right? That's very funny. And I could just remove it, right? And then when I do that, okay, the person that left that comment comes back and posts, oh, this guy deletes comments. Yeah. And now I just got 2 comments out of you. I farmed you twice for engagement. Yeah.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, I'm gonna guess by its look it looks like an IDIE game for $7.
We've got ads.
Oh, we got ads. Ooh, I want to watch this, actually, that background tutorial. I'm still actively learning quite a bit about Sprite, so that's pretty cool. I gotta watch, because I'm gonna roll over something that's gonna get me deplatformed.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, The Orange Man, of course the song was Many Men. Many, many men wish death upon me.
Yep. Um, there's an argument to be made that Thor is protecting his own interests, as far as off-brand gaming, and I've known that he was a part of off-brand gaming for quite a while now. That's been an ongoing thing for like that was dropped months ago, and in fact, there was a whole interview and everything that went with that. That me and the wife sat here and we did watch. And it was very funny to watch too. Like if you go back and watch that video of when they first said that off-brand gaming uh, was partnering with Pirate Software, and Thor came out, and again, Thor is my people, right? So he comes out, he sits on the couch, and he talks a little bit, and he was okay. And then somebody else comes out and sits right next to him, and now he's between two people. He's not actively part of the conversation, and you can see how incredibly uncomfortable he is. And it's very goddamn funny. uh, so, well, we're still talking for now.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, we got like 1 to 2 hours left. What we doing?
I'm still, we're still discussing the things. Wait, slow run gutter. You used a bunch of English words in a row there and yet managed not to make a cohesive sentence. I don't know what the fuck you just asked me. What the? You're hanking? What the fuck is hanking? Like the country term hank? Like I want something? I got a hankering for an omelet? Is that what that is? Yeah. I don't know. Help me out, Goldfish. What the fuck does this say? What is this? Stop with the pop-up window. What is that word? Oh, cool. And where's the thing? All right, there it is. Bye. Don't be fucking gross. Actually, you can get banned on my other channel too. All right. All right. I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. And no more meat eating. That was weird. All right, fuck do I feel like doing? Really should keep working on my art assets, but I'm really like burned out of staring at Ace Fright. I've only been doing it for, I've not even shut my computer down for 3 days. It's just been sitting here running with Ace Fright open for 3 days. I haven't even slept in my own bed. I've been napping on the couch. I have not really left this room. Cool, Steam, you want to open? That'd be great. Thanks. This is a fun game. You know what? I'm gonna Noita real quick for a little bit. Real quick, let me just change my... Do a little bit of Noita. Let chat vote on my demise. Where's Noita? And once again, pause the stream music because this game has no music. Alright, let's go into streaming, connect, apply, new game. Now I'm gonna, I think I gotta fix it. I'm not sure. Let's go into options, streaming. Yeah, summon Stavari. Okay, yeah, okay, that's all good. We're good. I gotta make sure there's some things that are turned off because they are basically instant death and it's not fun anymore. My bad. I got to do that so you guys can see all the votes.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Keep that bar is so large I cabbed see option 3."
Okay, yeah, yep. Haha. Wow, you like never see this. But I don't have enough money, so to make some more money. What have you done? Oh, god damn it. Okay. Jesus. Aw. I'm looking for that place where all the spells were for sale. Right here. Digging bolt, water trail, spark bolt with trigger, firebolt, death cross. Digging bolt is useful. Death cross is really useful too, actually. Alright, now I'm gonna need more money before I leave, but I'm full health, so good shape here. Ooh. Really? Torch? That's it? I don't have enough mana? Really? That's gonna be an issue. That works. Whoa! My Healy ghost went away. Hey, sweetie pie. Why husband plus?
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says,
Oh.
TBH I just chose 3 because the rest were harmful.
Oh.
I didn't see it so I just chose it anyways.
Oh, the sea of water. And, why do your hips hurt, honey? Are you okay? Did you do something to them? Yes. Ooh, hey. Now we're talking. Okay. Nice, 2 of them. Cool. Ooh. Oh, there's a wand at the bottom of this. And another one of those things. Shit. Oh. Alright, that's cool.
We've got ads.
Shit, ads. I'm sorry, sweetie. I mean, I'm only a little bit sorry. Shit, I got like no health left. Whew. Okay, we are in business. Nice. All right.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Hey Keep, a while back I got into a crash. And now I'm getting my car again. It's a 3 to 4K black Kia. I forgot what model it is, but it's kind of a family car, 2 front, 2 middle, 3 back. Any thoughts?"
Oh, it sounds like a RAV4, but it's the Kia ones. It's like a Sonata or some shit. Oh, they're good. I mean, except for the fact that it's a Kia and it's easily stolen. But, you know. cool. I can hold more wands? Or no? My active wand got more capacity. So... I don't want to do it that way. Okay.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Nancy no pantsy. Gee, I wonder. Nancy no pantsy, it is making walking, mopping a bit difficult.
Aw.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Oh keep, now I know how Prime subs work, so the sub expires on the 9th, right? I get a free sub on the 8th, smile smile smile.
Oh shit! Portal! Kind of like that. We're gonna put this up here, here. This is a much better wand. Yoink.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Okay, now I'm thinking getting rid of the bar also got rid of the thing to alert keep to do TTS.
Yeah, it doesn't load any of my UI. But honestly, I don't really see that anyway, because of where it is. Something's wrong. I'm missing a wand. No, I'm not. There we go.
Nancy No Pantsy from Twitch says, "Hey, don't forget I have a dentist appointment in the morning."
Oh yeah, we did forget about that. It'll be fine.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "I chose 2 because Keeps needs a shower as he is a stanky boy, no offense."
Showered yesterday, fucker.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, I'm 2 days into college. And I'm 3 lectures behind. There's this guy, let's name him Colin. He says he wants to be mine, but it doesn't really sit with me quite right. Cause he doesn't really like the things I like. And I keep accidentally locking myself out of my dorm. In the middle of the night. LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, let's make this guy's effing life miserable today. Smile with horns, smile with horns, smile with horns, smile with horns.
You're a bad person, Goldfish.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Ogre, 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 ogre.
There's a sandworm here somewhere. God damn it. I wasn't paying attention to my health. I don't like this one. I don't like the bouncy ball spell. Oh. Oh, look at that. Like the mushrooms have like an effect on them when they're in the water. They like wobble around to show the light distortion. That's a neat little detail. I just got myself put out. I'm on fire again. Saw that coming.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, I made it good earlier as best as I can now I'm gonna make it bad. LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, hey, after this game, for once can we just scroll on shorts, maybe find an interesting short?
I could try. Big worm. Teleport him? Shit. Great. It put me in a place I cannot survive. Okay. Jesus. I gotta watch it short though, because. Oh, look who it is. Good for you, FNAF. Yep, FNAF on the first short. Good job.
Linny couldn't have killed Cowl because Cowl killed Cowl.
I don't know what you're talking
75%
about.
of us aren't worth hacking. Incorrect as well. That is also not
Yeah.
true. You are more.
Seen that one. Another FNAF one.
McGailey, you successfully hit metal 17 times, so you are now proud owner of this photograph of motorcar. I am happy. But property is theft, so you are now under arrest. Well enough. McGailey.
In case I don't see ya.
This is the dumb shit I get.
Good evening and good night.
What is this? I'm under the wrong. Okay, I'm under the wrong channel. That's the problem. I have to be under my other channel.
You know,
Yeah,
I
this
haven't
is what
even
I
emptied
typically
the full
get.
safe or the other ones. I'm getting nervous. I feel like I'm running out of firearms.
And touch the sound of silence.
This is the thing I'm getting a lot too. Is this guy posted women in the Air Force. Yeah. What, my For You page? What, my homepage? What? Yeah, I'm always there. Yeah, I'm because I have 2 channels, so one of my channels is always recommended to the other channel. This is what I do when I'm sitting on my porch smoking.
It's the same old theme since 1916. In your head, in your head.
New website that Congress doesn't want you to know. Google Quiver.
I hate fucking ads.
Cold, I'm wondering why I got out of bed.
Oh, green screen kid.
The morning rain clouds up my window.
What's going on out here?
But that's it. Because I keep doing things like that, where I just don't recommend the channel, my content has gotten curtailed like quite a bit.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, more like green screen adult.
Yeah, maybe. I guess he was about maybe 19 or something. Let me just turn the fucking... There we go. Full throttle for now.
A lot of times there's a conflict. May the calmest, wisest, humblest man win. And humility is not weakness. Humility is you're smaller than I am and you're weaker than I am, but you're getting in my face and I could break your head, but I'm not going to. That's humility.
Yeah.
A lot of times.
How could we see the same information and come to such different opinions? All right?
Priorities.
And then I realized something. We're getting the information that they give us. How could we see the same?
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, wasn't that guy the same guy who said something about Andrew Tate not sure?
Yeah. Yeah, he said that Andrew Tate claims to be the most dangerous man in the world, but he cannot be the most dangerous man in the world because he is currently the loudest man in the room. And the loudest
LL
man
Goldfish
is never the most
LL2 from Twitch says, yeah.
Yep, same guy.
You gonna click that without Guardio installed? Yeah, why not? It's just an email from my bank. It's a scam. Just get Guardio.
You ever watched
Yeah, you
the
don't
show?
need Guardio.
You remember when he was stuck in the library and he was telling his daughter? It's all a three-dimensional world. We live in a three-dimensional world, and that gives hints to the next solar eclipse. Like Matt is giving us clues each and every time. So we live in the past, but the future is the past.
I understand. You got favorite movies, Katie? Big shout out to Dave Chappelle, but does this sound familiar at all? I think it actually does. Check it out.
When a hero stumbles,
Yeah. I remember this skit.
cowards rejoice. Nothing feels better to a coward than to watch a brave guy fall.
Big shout out to Dave Chappelle, but
Dave Chappelle also said that first they'll give you a case. Well, no, first they'll try to discredit you. Then they'll try to lock you up with a case. And if that don't work, they'll try to put a bullet in you. Trump, Trump, Trump. In that order.
Today in history, July 21st,
LL
1861.
Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Orange Man, Orange Man, Orange Man.
The First Battle of Bull Run, also known as the First Battle of Manassas, takes place. It was the first major battle of the Civil War and ends in a Confederate victory. Today in history, July 21st.
Before therapy, I blamed everyone.
No therapy. You are not 44. No. I'm 44 years old, just a single... No. No. Either that or you are a makeup artist. When I say artist, I don't mean you're very good with your foundation. I mean, you work in the movie industries. No fucking
LL
way.
Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Aura filter.
Oh yeah, I forget the filters are a thing, because I don't use TikTok. I'm not really sure what's being portrayed there, but...
She guessed my favorite color on the first try.
Okay. No.
Hi, we was calling because somebody is...
Oh, that's what I keep forgetting I want to do. not this, but this reminded me. At some point in the relatively near-ish future, I want to bring my guitar and my amp downstairs, and my amp has a USB port in it so that I can record from my computer what I'm playing, and I want to try that.
Hi, we was calling because somebody is using your social security number, and we need you to confirm that it's yours. So can you please state it?
Wait, what? If you know... I promise you, on your life, you will never guess the name of this skeleton. No, seriously, go ahead. Think about it for a second.
Fathead? Eileen. It's Eileen. So stand all over it.
That idea is close, but no. This discovery is called the Accordion Man. Well, why is that? Did he really like polka or something? No. Well, I don't know, actually. It seems like it's a little bit too late to ask him.
Because all of his ribs are fucking crushed together.
Archaeologists have dubbed him the Accordion Man because of how tightly compacted he is. Not unlike an accordion. Dates back nearly 10,000 years. He was found in the middle of nowhere in the Sahara Desert in a graveyard with nearly 200 individuals in it. What the hell was this guy doing in the middle of the desert? When this guy was alive, it wasn't a desert. It was a grassland.
Yeah.
Dates from the African...
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this. Africa at one point was actually a rainforest, and South America was the desert. And due to winds, had actually carried seeds from Africa across the Atlantic Ocean.
We've got ads.
To South America.
Humid period, or the Green Sahara. A time when the climate was right for monsoonal rains to sweep into the African continent and turn the Sahara Desert into a grassland. This dude is far from the only example of the lives that people once lived there. There's cave paintings, mysterious oases with no lakes, and some really, really depressing stuff. I decided to do a deep dive into the African humid period. It's out now on YouTube, Mini Minute Man. If you somehow watch...
So I want you to know, I did not believe this story when I first heard it, but I fact-checked it, and it's real. This is John Boyd. He wrote a book you've probably heard of called The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. It's a very sad book. But he also wrote another book called The Traveler at the Gates of Wisdom. And in this book, he has a character make red dye. Now, old John here didn't know how to make red dye, so he thought he'd go ahead and Google the recipe. And that's where our story takes a rather humorous turn. You can pause that and read it if you want to, but basically the ingredients...
Hylian shrooms? That's a Zelda reference, yeah.
Ingredients listed in this book are Octorok eyeballs, swift violet, thistle, hightail lizards, spicy pepper, tail of a red Lizalfos, and 4 Hylian shrooms.
Yeah. Shit.
So I want you to know, I did not believe this story when I first heard it, but I fact-checked it, and it's real. This is John Boyd. He wrote a book you've probably heard of called The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. It's a very sad book. But he also wrote another book called The Traveler at the Gates of Wisdom. And in this book, he has a character make red dye. Now, old John here didn't know how to make red dye, so he thought he'd go ahead and Google the recipe. And that's where our story takes a rather humorous turn. You can pause that and read it if you want to, but basically the ingredients listed in this book are Octorok eyeballs, swift violet, thistle, hightail lizards, spicy pepper, tail of a red Lizalfos, and 4 Hylian shrooms. John Googled a recipe from The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, put it in his book as a real recipe, and it made it to print. That's outstanding.
Yeah.
I have nothing further to say. This story could not get any better. So
I mean, except for the part where Nintendo sued the shit out of him.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Oh, not the GTA 5 gameplay."
Yeah, I generally just skip that shit.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Just hold the short and it will double speed."
Oh, does that work in PC version?
This is why you need to know just how incredible the universe is. Ready to have your mind blown?
I didn't know that.
Imagine this.
That's cool.
The universe is so big it would take light, the fastest thing in existence, over 93 billion years to travel from one end to the other. That's right, billion with a B. But wait, there's more. The nearest galaxy to us, Andromeda, is 2.5 million light years away.
And getting closer all the time. What?
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Men only respect the women they're attracted to, and that pisses me off. They'll sit there and be like, I respect women, and then they're leaving.
Michael and Rebecca had a loving marriage for 7 years, during which they were blessed with 5 children. Their youngest, Lily, was just 1 year old when Rebecca suddenly disappeared.
I hate these shorts. So all of my fucking shorts are either garbage or fucking AI reading from fucking Reddit.
If I'm locked in, I'm locked in. It's all kind of...
He said, how I take control of myself.
Have you heard of semaglutides? Ozempic, Mounjaro?
Hartman, this could be dangerous. Let's do it.
South Park, The End of Obesity. New exclusive event, now streaming. Exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Neat. I don't watch South Park.
Around 3 in the morning, this very large entity comes out of the window. And I remember this thing literally came up, it straddled me right here next to my chest, face to face, and I could not move, and I heard breathing over me. And finally, I started panicking, and so I just started saying, God, help me, and nothing.
This story will change your perspective.
Billy Graham told a story. He was very old at this when we met with him that day. And he told a story about when Bill Clinton was being honored at one of the Time Magazine's People of the Year they brought all the people who had been Time Magazine People of the Year, and Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton asked for Billy Graham and Ruth Graham to sit at their table. And this was right in the middle of the Monica Lewinsky scandal.
Wow.
And Billy Graham took all this hate. How dare you?
For saying yes to that.
How could you sit next to him? How could you lend him your credibility? How could you do that? And so I said, well, Dr. Graham, what did you say? And he said, I said, God's job is to judge. The Holy Spirit's job is to convict. And Jesus' job is to love. We are called to be like Jesus. And some people try to do all three.
This is a very interesting perspective.
I didn't expect it to get religious. That was actually very funny.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, summing exorcism shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
What was the biggest lie you were told?
It's not that simple.
Why not?
No, that's the biggest lie I was ever told. It's not that simple. And it's a lie they tell you over and over again.
What's not simple?
Everything.
Any of it. All of it. It's how they get you to give up. They say it's not that simple, Vinny.
So what's the truth?
That it is.
What was...
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless.
Chat, buy me one of those. What? What?
Now some have died and some are alive, and others sail on the sea. With their keys to the cage and the day.
Oh God, I hope nobody who said that.
We lay to fade their scream.
That won't end well.
I have a fair amount of combat. Maybe a little more than the average.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, this is the only thing Keep approves of buying for him.
Yeah, fucking think it's a several $1 million excavator.
What is the best advice you've ever received?
Discipline your thoughts.
Yeah.
People are waking up and they do not respect Kamala Harris. They do not want her to be president, which she's not going to be anyway.
Why not?
But check out what this young lady have to say.
And now we're expected to support Kamala Harris, a prosecutor who ruined a lot of black families in California. She was actually so unpopular in her home state that she had to drop out of the 2020 race prior to the voting because she kept coming in 5th place in all the polls. I don't care how much they black girl magic her over the next couple of months. I will not be supporting Kamala Harris, and you shouldn't either. Democratic nominees are voted for. They debate. They actually go through a real primary process. Kamala Harris did not do that.
Nope. She just replaced Biden.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Kamala is not gonna be a good president. She ruined California too, and she will ruin the US. All she does is effing rhyme.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30?
Have you ever heard of verse 0 in your Bible? Check this out.
I want you to turn to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. But I want to read a verse of scripture that you never saw before. It's verse 0. Turn to your Bible. It is there. It's right there. You'll see it by faith. Believe me. I'm going to read it for you, and if you don't have it in your Bible, you can write it in. It goes like this. Before there was a beginning, there is God. That's verse 0 in the Bible.
Good morning, beautiful people. It is a beautiful left sleeve light blue Monday, which is a good day. You made it through the weekend, and I'm so
Life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name, and it feels like home.
Nice.
When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. Down on my knees, I want to take you there. In the midnight hour, I can feel your power. Just like a prayer, you know I'll take you there.
That's really fucking well done.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, that's some good art. Maybe FNAF could do better lol.
There is no better. It's art. There is no better. We need to stop comparing ourselves to everyone else. Our own capabilities to other people's capabilities. The only thing you should ever compare yourself to is what you were yesterday.
I'm going to show you how to make an underground party flyer using Adobe Photoshop. My name is
LL
Marilyn
Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says,
Dude. Wrong one. That one. From this. Speed's too high. Doesn't even have a sound for the bazooka. From this. That's broken. He just drove right over the wall. Here's something a lot of people don't find. But this is where I started. This house is an asset from a fantasy RPG pack. These sandbags were something I had to edit. But all the textures on the ground are downloaded. The Jeep is downloaded. I didn't make any of this. Also, my controller's a little fucked up.
Sports_geek12 from Twitch says, "This is how we do it. Oh yeah. This is how we do it. I'm going to put molten poo in the rescue loo."
Oh god, the rescue loo.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Hey, I'm interested into sports, but me and Fernando both go closed beta codes for FC25. So yeah, he'll be playing it for a while, same as the brother."
I don't know what that is. Oh, it bugs up. I didn't realize that.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "So I gotta read 'em the code."
So there's the so this is what I mean. I got you know, the graphics of my game and even like some of the behaviors built into the enemies in the game are okay for a prototype, you know, but now the enemies work way better. The tanks actually back up if you get too close to them. They try to put range between you and them. They strafe you if you're at an appropriate range to do so, and if you're too far for them to shoot at, they'll actively approach you. Like, and obviously, I mean, you guys have been watching me draw pictures for a fucking week in Sprite. Like, the graphics are going to improve considerably. On top of the fact that, like I said, I want to bring my guitar down and plug my amplifier into my computer, and then I can use Audacity to do a little bit of recording, and maybe I'll grab like Fruity Loops or something, and you know, to help myself with some beats and shit, and put together a proper soundtrack for the game.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, closed beta, and FC25 is basically FIFA but a different name since EA lost the rights back in 2023.
Oh, got it. So yeah, the only person you should ever compare yourself to is yourself from yesterday. Make sure you're improving. Make sure you're always getting better. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a smoke, so I'll be right back. All right. We are the back after I'm done hitting all the wrong buttons on my keyboard. Oh, yeah, let me move this out of the way. I don't need this right this second. It's kind of big and bulky. The Wacom. So yeah, I'm really excited to bring my guitar and my amp down and see how that. I'm gonna hook it up off stream and just make sure all that process works before I show you guys. And I don't even know if I can show you guys because it's like my amp is fucking crazy. Okay, my amp is huge. My amp is like this big. Okay, which isn't big as far as like real like professional grade amplifiers go, but for a practice amp, it's pretty fucking massive. And if I turn it up to now, it goes from 1 to 9. If I put it at 2, it's screaming so loud I can barely take it. If I put it up to like 5, it rattles everything in the house. It's crazy.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Lol Windows sound."
Yeah.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "Jesus, the game is 53 GB."
Oh, yeah, that's not even that big.
Sports_Geek12 from Twitch says, "I'm going to molten poo all over the enemies in rescue."
Gross. Give that an update. I really should play this more, but I don't. It's one of those games that they keep adding more and more to a learning curve, and I've been way behind it for a while now. This game makes me sad. My game is not going to have mod support. Sorry, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to add mod support to my game. And I realize it's something I could probably learn. For my first game, I don't want that to be a priority. Generally speaking, mod support is something you should be considering from the very beginning of your game. It makes me sad because of hold on, let's just play it.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, "It makes you sad because of PlayStation or..."
It makes me sad because Sony is wreaking havoc on the franchise and everything else that releases for PlayStation. Or as a Sony game. They're just eating. Their practices are now functionally anti-developer. They're trying to hijack as much of the gaming market as they possibly can and drag everybody into their PlayStation.
We've got ads.
I don't have anything that has been played on stream. I've played almost everything I have. This I'm waiting on. Me and the wife are going to do this together. This is a blast of a game, but I've played it before. Heartbound, well, this is the OST, but I've played Heartbound on stream. I've played Stationeers on stream. I've played Risk of Rain Returns on stream. I've played Ark on stream. I've played Factorio several times. ONI is fun. Just install that real quick. But I've played this on stream too, though. Banished I've played on stream. Startopia. I didn't really play it so much as I showed it off on stream. Timber and Stone I've shown off. Spore. No. I'm never playing that again. I've played Waves a couple of times. Automation Empire is a game that makes me sad. This is a game I thought would be a lot of fun, and it is the driest fucking game I've ever played in my life. This is just, it's literally, this is a game for fucking moguls that like watching industry grow, which I generally like, but you feel so disconnected from the process that it's just not fucking fun, and it makes me sad because I feel like it could be. Just don't know how. I've never played the Borderlands games, but I don't really want to install those because they're really big. Especially Borderlands 3. Like I like everything about Borderlands 3 except the ending. Civilization is the only RTS I have, and that takes fucking ages, and it is boring as shit. Like, I enjoy playing it, but I can't understand why anybody would enjoy watching that. And Civ 5 is the only RTS I have that's worth playing. Civ 6 is trash. This is garbage. This is bigger garbage. This is Cortex Command, not Command and Conquer. This is a cute game that I downloaded, and it's unfinished and functionally abandonware. But I got this knowing it was abandonware. I just wanted to say it. Frostpunk is cool. I believe there's a Frostpunk 2 now, or they're working on it or something. But Civ 5 this is the only Civilization worth playing. Although I'm told that Civ 4 is really good as well. I do have Command and Conquer, but I have it on CD, and I have no idea where that is. Like, yeah, Frostpunk was really good, but Frostpunk is one of those games that once you play through the story, you've played through the story. And I identified that like the core mechanic to getting the game going and basically never losing. So there doesn't feel like there's much of a challenge there, really. The reason I have Command and Conquer on CD is because it was given to me. One of my ex-girlfriends was cleaning out her cousin's house or something, and he had left a whole bunch of just old ass games, and I know her cousin. He's a good kid. I taught him a little bit about web design, and he didn't want them, so she was just like, "Do you want this shit?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take it, whatever." Yeah, I mean, Fernando can probably help you with that. Pal World, this is a lot of fun. I really liked playing Pal World, and then it got really tedious. Really tedious. And there's serious lag issues with the dedicated server. This is fun too, but this is not as much fun as the original. Planet Explorer, this is a great game. This game had so much potential, and they dropped the ball. This game also has a ton of potential, but it takes forever to get updates because it's an indie developer doing a full 3D game. What do you mean, wonder what that means? What, dropped the ball? They abandoned it.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, maybe you should play something that hasn't been played on stream.
Oh shit.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, oh not waves.
Oh.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, ooh Spore, I remember getting that for free.
Yeah, Spore's garbage.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, and the worst game you played and was hard was Planet Coaster.
Planet Coaster is not the worst game I've played. Planet Coaster is a bad game. It's not a bad game. It's just some of the mechanics to it are really unintuitive. What's the worst game I've played? I don't know. Probably Cortex Command. This is really, really bad. But it's not finished. This is a cute game. Civilization Beyond Earth. This is a fucking horrendous pile of trash.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, okay, what's your internet download speed? Because I saw you download 2 GB in like 5 seconds.
It's not as high as you'd think. I think I got lucky. Doing a speed test. I'm doing it on my other monitor because there's identifying information here. Now bear in mind this is while I'm streaming, so it's gonna be lower than usual.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, there's gonna be a 2, I think they announced it.
For Frostpunk? God damn it. So yeah, it's 87.02 megabits per second down and 5.34 megabits per second up. But that's gimped a bit because I'm streaming right now. My normal upload is closer to about 9. It's supposed to be 10, but, you know, I live out in the middle of nowhere where, you know, there's various amounts of interference on the lines. Oh, Planet Coaster. You know, again, if they can get down the mechanics of the game so that it doesn't feel atrocious or confusing to work out how to get things to connect to other things, it would be pretty good. It's just, you know, I don't care what anybody says about this game. Like, Ark received a ton of hate. I fucking love this game. I think this game is fantastic. It's not quite as good as Minecraft, in my opinion, but it's pretty decent for what it is. There are issues. Like, the game's not perfect. There's clear problems with it. The building system and snap points are all fucked up, especially when you're dealing with walls and ceilings. Because the snap points are so close to each other that shit shifts up and down, and it makes my OCD angry as shit. This is broken to shit, or it was last time I played it, which has been since, you know, 2014. Yeah, I have the cheapest residential internet package you could possibly get. It was better. Like, I had a better pack. I think I had 20 up. I think I had 20 up, and I think I had like 160 down or some, or almost 200 down. But you know, times are tough. Things are hard. You start cutting shit back. when I lived in Missouri, I had you're gonna shit. I had 600 down and 200 up. 600 down. That conversation went like this. I calls my ISP and I'm like, yo, my internet is not fast enough. And they're like, excuse me? I'm like, I am on a web meeting umpteen times a day. I need faster internet. And they're like, oh, well, that's business grade internet. You probably can't afford that. I was like, excuse me? First of all, I don't know who you think you are, okay, but I guarantee you I make more money in a week than you make all year. All right. Second of all, it isn't your job to judge whether I'm capable of affording something, and it's your job to give me the information. So now, what does commercial internet cost from your provider? And also, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Put me on to somebody who isn't rude.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, damn.
Yeah. I made that punk motherfucker feel like he was about this big real quick. Don't be an asshole. It's not your fucking job. Oh, I don't think you can afford that. You don't have a fucking clue who I am. You have no idea. And yes, to be fair, I could not afford the commercial internet. I couldn't. It was way too much money. I could almost afford it though. I was real close. So I reached out to my boss and I was like, yo, this is happening. Can we work out something? He was like, yeah, bet. I'll pay half. So my boss was paying half of my internet bill for commercial internet. Because my boss was awesome. RimWorld's fun. It gets a little samey though. This is not a good game. This is a great game, but the physics just eats your computer to shit. This game is fucking just wrapped in controversy. Something about child labor and shit kids being exploited to get this thing pumped out.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, I mean, I'm not surprised it's low right now. At night it's way better because obviously no one is up and using it.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, that's a neat build. So they made good use of foreground and background tiles to create the illusion of depth and a parallax background. That's really well done. Wow. How many trees did you cut down to make all that happen? Because most of that's wood. That's an awesome build. Now I kind of want to play it. Have you ever seen Oxygen Not Included? I think I've played it on stream. I don't remember. What is this? Oxygen Not Included uploader. What? It must be a tool that's part of the package. For like, I don't know, error logs or something. Oh, okay.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, I've seen people playing it.
Yeah, this is a really good... Oh, is this a DLC? Yeah. Do I have it? No. Yeah, I don't play enough of this game to warrant buying DLCs. I got Spaced Out DLC. And I actually don't like it. I prefer the base game over the Spaced Out version. I love that they're still putting out quality of life updates. Yeah, I got 1,200 hours in this fucker. I've been a big supporter of ONI since it was still like early beta access, when it was still like really young, and it was barely fucking playable. What do we got? Neat. Seven Days to Die is a really neat mechanic for a game. It's an interesting game loop. I just can't get into the game. City Skylines irritates me unless it's super heavily modded, then it irritates me in other ways. Factory Town, this is kind of cute, but I don't know. There's arbitrary limitations in the game, which I think are designed to make you think outside of the box, but they just feel really annoying.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, didn't 1.0 release I heard?
1.0 for what? Oh, 7 Days to Die? I think so. I think I did hear something about that. There it is. 1.0 is out now. July 25th.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, Command and Conquer the Ultimate Collection is on sale for $8. Good bang for your buck, it's like 17 games in one.
Oh, I'll have to ask the wife. $8, yeah. I'll have to ask the wife. I'm not just gonna buy it. We're in a really tough spot right now. Because the guy I usually work with is on vacation, so I'm doing nothing for income right now, and I'm functionally just consuming gigantic amounts of resources. You know, between not having an income and I've been working on the porch, which is costing an fucking exuberant amount of money in lumber. I shouldn't say that, right? Like, so the porch was quoted by the construction company when they were still working on the house. They wanted, and I shit you not, $20,000 to repair the porch. Yeah, 20 grand. Okay. I have bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 4x4s, 10-foot long, pressure treated, and enough lumber to build a 10-foot by 5-foot deck. Okay. I have spent less than $1,000. Now I've got to build another one that is 4.5 foot by 23 foot. And I assume I will probably spend somewhere in the vicinity of about $700 in lumber there. Oh yeah, I mean, basically just doing it yourself is cheaper and fast. Well, not faster. Like, you can't be faster than a construction crew unless you are, yes. And I'm gonna nail that fucking Mexican stereotype too, because I have watched Mexicans put fucking roofs on. The motherfuckers are crazy. They are crazy. Okay, I watched me get paint because I used to work in construction in my youth. Okay, These motherfuckers. All right, you got your. We're gonna do like this, a little perspective drawing on the roof of the house. Okay. All right. Your basic ass house and it has shingles on the roof. Okay. 6 guys get up on this roof. Okay. There's 7 guys total in the team. There's a guy here, a guy here, and a guy here. There's a guy in the exact same places on the other side of the roof. And they are fucking roped to each other. Okay, and then there's a ladder here, right? Well, there's one guy. Give him a bandana around his neck. Okay, going up the ladder with more building materials. And these 6 guys roped to each other are running back and forth in their third of the roof, just fucking nailing up shingles. These motherfuckers, okay, did like a fucking 35 square roof in the morning. We stopped for lunch and they were done. They worked for 3 hours. I never seen some shit like that before. Fucking crazy. Bunch of guys out of Elizabeth, New Jersey. I couldn't fucking believe it. Because they had such a refined process, and obviously they're all, and again, excuse the stereotype here, but they're all Mexican and they were all related to each other. They were all like brothers and cousins and stuff. So when you have family working like that and you're all dedicated to the job, there's a lot of trust. So they don't mind literally tying a rope around their waist, throwing it over the gable of the roof, and then their cousin or whatever would tie off from the other end, and their body weight would counterbalance each other. Like, it's stereotype or not, like the level of fucking trust you have and the level of efficiency you gain out of that trust. Like I said, 35 square roof, 3 hours, done. The only thing is they didn't have to strip the old roof. Me and another guy stripped the roof the day before. So when the crew came to do the roof, all they had to do was get up there and pull the tarp off the roof and just start, right? Rolling out felt paper and then start putting shingles down. It was fucking wild to see, though. Right. It is 10 after 2 in the morning. That makes 4 hours. I'm on a little bit later than I wanted to be because I do have to take the wife to I'll get to it in a second. Oh shit, I see it there.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, I get it.
Oh.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, also is the TTS voice like higher than usual?
No.
LL Goldfish LL2 from Twitch says, as a Mexican, in the house in the backyard, we were watching Mexicans build a house. In like 1 to 2 months seriously. Or even 3 to 4.
Oh yeah. Well, now everything's prefab. But I had to take the wife to the dentist tomorrow morning. Well, not so much take her, but there might be medications that inhibit her ability to drive back. So I'm gonna go with her to make sure she has an operable ride home, and that's gonna be first thing in the morning. So I do want to have to get off of here. Say it quickly. GTA 6 is not going to fail. I don't think GTA 6 is going to live up to the hype either because nothing ever does. However, the game's not going to fail. GTA has a long history now of very, very good numbers, and every game released, their numbers increase. There is no reason to even think that they're going to undersell GTA 5. It will absolutely, their numbers will be far higher. So now, that being said, if GTA 6 doesn't live up to the hype, which again it won't, but if it fails so spectacularly to get anywhere near that, GTA 7 might be a problem. But GTA 6 is absolutely going to destroy the market in sales. All right. I'm out of here for the night. I'm going to watch another episode of My Hero Academia, I think, and then go to bed. GTA Plus for all. Yeah, it's another live service game. Oh, I'm stuck. All right. I'm out for the night. Tell Fernando I was flexing. We'll do some more tomorrow night. I hope online fails.